Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. 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 Amitofo, 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 Phật, A Di Đà 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 Phật. A Di Đà Phật, 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 Amitayus, 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 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， Amitayus, 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 Amitabha, 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 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， Amitabha, 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 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛。
on the Buddha of infinite life, delivered by Shakyamuni Buddha, translated into Chinese during the Chao-Wei dynasty by Tripitaka Master Sanghavarman of India, translated into English by Inagaki Hisayo, in collaboration with Harold Stewart, published by Bukkyo Dendo Kyokai and Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. Verse for opening a sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Part 2. The Buddha said to Ananda, sentient beings who are born in that Buddha land all reside among those assured of nirvana. The reason is that in that land there are neither beings who are destined to adverse conditions, nor those whose destinies are uncertain. All Buddha Tathagatas in the 10 directions, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, together praise the inconceivable supernal virtue of Amitayus. All sentient beings who, having heard his name, rejoice in faith, think of him even once, and sincerely transfer the merit of virtuous practices to that land, aspiring to be born there, will attain birth and dwell in the stage of non-retrogression. But excluded are those who have committed the 5 grave offenses and abused the right dharma. The Buddha said to Ananda, Devas and humans in the worlds of the 10 directions who sincerely aspire to be born in that land can be classified into 3 grades. The higher grade of aspirants are those who leave their homes and abandon worldly desires to become monks. Having awakened aspiration for enlightenment, they single-mindedly think of Amitayus and perform meritorious practices, aspiring to be born in his land. When they are about to die, Amitayus, together with a host of sages, will appear before them. Then they will follow him and attain birth in his land. At once they will be born by transformation, spontaneously from within 7 jeweled lotus flowers. They will dwell in the stage of non-retrogression, attain steadfast wisdom, and be capable of freely exercising supernatural powers. For this reason, Ananda, sentient beings who wish to see Amitayus while in this world should awaken aspiration for highest enlightenment, perform meritorious deeds, and aspire to be born in his land. The Buddha said to Ananda, the middle grade of aspirants are the devas and humans in the worlds of the 10 directions who sincerely desire to be born in that land, although unable to become monks and cultivate much merit. They awaken aspiration for the highest enlightenment, single-mindedly think of Amitayus, perform some good deeds, observe the precepts of abstinence, build stupas, donate Buddhist statues, give alms to mendicants, hang banners, light candles, scatter flowers, burn incense, and so forth. They transfer the merit of those practices to his land, aspiring to be born there. When they are about to die, Amitayus will manifest his transformed body, which is fully possessed of the same radiance and physical characteristics and marks as those of the real Buddha, and make it appear before them, together with a host of sages. Then they will follow this transformed Buddha and be born in the Pure Land, where they will dwell in the stage of non-retrogression. Their virtue and wisdom will be next to those of the higher grade of aspirants. The Buddha said to Ananda, the lower grade of aspirants are the devas and humans in the worlds of the 10 directions who sincerely desire to be born in that land. Although unable to do many meritorious deeds, they awaken aspiration for highest enlightenment, and single-mindedly think of Amitayus even 10 times, desiring birth in his land. When they hear the profound dharma, they joyfully accept it and do not entertain any doubt, and so, thinking of the Buddha even once, they sincerely aspire to be born in that land. When they are about to die, they will see the Buddha in a dream. Those aspirants, too, will be born in the Pure Land. Their merit and wisdom will be next to those of the middle-grade aspirants. The Buddha said to Ananda, "The majestic virtue of Amitayus is boundless. All the innumerable, countless, and inconceivable Buddha Tathagatas in the worlds of the 10 directions praise him. Innumerable and countless Bodhisattvas in the Buddha lands of the eastern direction, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, all without exception, visit Amitayus in order to worship and make offerings to him and to the assembly of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. Having heard the teaching, they expound it to lead people into the path of the Buddha. As in the eastern direction, so it is in the southern, western, and northern, as well as the 4 intermediate directions, and above and below." Then the World-Honored One spoke the following verses. In the eastern direction, there are Buddha lands as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River. Bodhisattvas dwelling in those lands go to pay homage to Amitayus, the Enlightened One. So it is in the southern, western, and northern directions, the intermediate directions above and below. Bodhisattvas dwelling in those lands go to pay homage to Amitayus, the Enlightened One. All those Bodhisattvas, taking with them exquisite heavenly flowers, precious incense, and priceless robes, make offerings to Amitayus, the Enlightened One. Playing heavenly music in concert, producing harmonious and delicate sounds, they praise the Most Honored One with hymns, saying, "You have perfected supernatural powers and wisdom, with which you freely enter the gates of the profound dharma. You also possess stores of merit and virtue, and unparalleled supreme knowledge. Illuminating the world with the sun of wisdom, you disperse the clouds of birth and death." Having reverently walked round him 3 times, the Bodhisattvas pay homage to the unsurpassed One. Having seen the glorious Pure Land, wonderfully resplendent, they are led to awaken supernal aspiration and wish their lands to be like his. Then Amitayus, the Enlightened One, changes his countenance and smiles. From his mouth come forth innumerable rays of light, which illuminate the worlds of the 10 directions. These rays of light return and circle his body 3 times and enter the crown of his head. All devas and humans are delighted to see this and are filled with great joy. Avalokiteshvara, the Exalted One, having respectfully arranged his clothes and bowed his head, asked the Buddha, "Why are you smiling?" Reverently I inquire, "Please tell me why." The Buddha's majestic voice was like thunder, producing wonderful sounds in the 8 qualities of voice. Because I am about to give predictions to the Bodhisattvas, I shall not explain to you. Listen carefully. I am fully aware of the vows of the Bodhisattvas who come from 10 directions. They seek to glorify their Pure Lands. After receiving my predictions, they will become Buddhas. While realizing that all dharmas are like a dream, an illusion, or an echo, they will fulfill their excellent vows and surely establish Pure Lands such as this. Knowing that dharmas are like a flash of lightning or a shadow, they will pursue the Bodhisattva path to its end and amass a store of merit. After receiving my predictions, they will become Buddhas. While thoroughly knowing that the nature of all dharmas is empty and without substance, they will single-mindedly seek to produce their pure lands and will surely establish lands such as these. The Buddhas tell the Bodhisattvas to go and pay homage to the Buddha of the land of peace and provision, listen to his teaching, joyfully accept and practice it, and then quickly reach the realm of purity. When you go to his glorious Pure Land, you will instantly acquire supernatural powers. Having without fail received predictions from Amitayus, you will attain perfect enlightenment. By the power of that Buddha's original vows, all who hear his name and desire birth will without exception be born in his land and effortlessly enter the stage of non-retrogression. Bodhisattvas, if you make vows that your lands will be like this, while aspiring to save all beings everywhere, your name will be renowned throughout the 10 directions. In order to serve millions of Tathagatas, you can assume various forms and fly to those lands. After worshipping them with joyful hearts, you will return to the land of peace and provision. Without a store of good from former lives, one cannot hear the Sutra, but those who have strictly observed the precepts can hear the right dharma. One who has met a world honored one in the past can accept this teaching. Such a person respectfully worships, hears, and upholds it, and rejoices so greatly as to dance. Arrogant, corrupt, and indolent people cannot readily accept this teaching, but those who have met Buddhas in their former lives rejoice to hear it. Neither Shravakas nor Bodhisattvas are able to know the sage's mind exhaustively. They are like those who are born blind and yet wish to guide others. The ocean of the Tathagata's wisdom is deep, vast, and boundless. Even sages of the Hinayana cannot fathom it. Only the Buddha clearly knows it. Let us suppose that all human beings, without exception, have attained enlightenment, and with pure wisdom realize original emptiness. Even if they pondered the Buddha's wisdom for myriads of kalpas and expounded it with the utmost effort all through their lives, they would not come to exhaustive knowledge of it. The Buddha's wisdom is thus limitless and pure to its depths. To obtain human life is difficult in the extreme. To meet a Buddha in this world is also difficult. It is difficult too for a person to attain faith and wisdom. Once you have heard the Dharma, strive to reach its heart. If you have heard the Dharma and do not forget it, but adore and revere it with great joy, you are my good friend. For this reason, you should awaken aspiration for enlightenment. Even if the whole world is on fire, be sure to pass through it to hear the Dharma. Then you will surely enter the Buddha's enlightenment and everywhere deliver beings from the river of birth and death. The Buddha said to Ananda, all the Bodhisattvas in the land of Amitayus will ultimately attain the stage of becoming a Buddha after one more life. Accepted are those who have made original vows for the sake of sentient beings, resolving to cultivate the merit of realizing their great vows to save all sentient beings. Ananda, each Shravaka in the Buddha land of Amitayus emits a light for 1 fathom around his body. The light of a Bodhisattva shines 100 yojanas. There are 2 Bodhisattvas who are the most dignified. Their majestic light reaches everywhere in the universe of 1,000 million worlds. Ananda asked, what are the names of those 2 Bodhisattvas? The Buddha replied, one is called Avalokiteshvara and the other Mahastamaprapta. They have both performed Bodhisattva practices in this world, and at the end of their lives, were born by transformation in that Buddhaland. Ananda, the sentient beings born there are fully possessed the 32 physical characteristics of a great being, as well as perfect wisdom, with which they penetrate deeply into the nature of all dharmas and reach their subtle essence. Their supernatural powers know no obstruction, and their physical senses are sharp and clear. The Bodhisattvas of lesser capacities attain 2 insights. Those with superior capacities attain innumerable merits through the insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. Those Bodhisattvas will not be subject to rebirth in evil realms before they become Buddhas. Excepted are those who seek birth in the worlds of other directions during the turbulent period of the 5 defilements, manifesting their forms in the likeness of beings there. As in this world, they can freely exercise supernatural powers and always remember their former lives. The Buddha said to Ananda, "By the Buddha's power, Bodhisattvas of that land go to innumerable worlds of the 10 directions in as short as a time as it takes to eat a meal, in order to pay homage and make offerings to the Buddhas and world on at once. If those Bodhisattvas so wish, countless and innumerable offerings such as flowers, incense, music, silken canopies and banners spontaneously appear before them as soon as they are imagined. They are rare and marvelous, unlike anything in this world. They are accordingly offered to the assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. The flowers remain in the sky and gather into canopies. Their brilliance is dazzling, and their fragrance pervades everywhere. The flower canopies range in size from those of 400 li in circumference up to those large enough to cover the universe of 1,000 million worlds. As new flower canopies appear, old ones disappear. These Bodhisattvas all rejoice together, and while poised in mid-air, play heavenly music and praise the virtues of the Buddhas, with hymns accompanied by wonderful sounds. They listen to the Dharma and attain immeasurable joy. After thus worshipping the Buddhas, they quickly return home to the Pure Land before their meal. The Buddha said to Ananda, "When Amitayus preaches the Dharma to Shravakas and Bodhisattvas, they all assemble in the 7-jeweled lecture hall. There he fully expounds teachings of the way and proclaims the wonderful Dharma. The whole audience rejoices, comprehends, and attains enlightenment. At that time, a breeze spontaneously arises in each of the 4 directions and wafts over the jeweled trees, producing sounds of the pentatonic scales and causing innumerable exquisite flowers to fall like rain and scatter everywhere. Natural ways of glorification such as these are endlessly repeated. All the devas bring with them 100,000 flowers, pieces of aromatic wood, and thousands of musical instruments to use as offerings to the Buddha and the assembly of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. They scatter flowers, diffuse perfumes everywhere, and play various kinds of music. They come and go in succession, giving way to each other. At such times, their joy and happiness are beyond description." The Buddha said to Ananda, "The Bodhisattvas born in that land expound the right Dharma whenever appropriate, and because they are in accord with the wisdom of enlightenment, their expositions are infallible and free of error. In regard to the merits of things in that land, they have no thought of possession or attachment, whether going or coming, proceeding or remaining. Their hearts are unattached, their acts are in accordance with their will and are unrestricted, and they have no thought of discrimination. In them, there is no idea of self or others, no idea of competition or dispute. with a heart of great compassion to benefit all living beings, and with tenderness and self-control, they bear no enmity or grudge against anyone. Free of mental hindrances, they are pure in mind and without indolence. Unbiased, noble-minded, sincere and tranquil, their hearts can revere, appreciate, and enjoy the Dharma. Having extinguished all evil passions, they are free of those tendencies that cause one to fall into evil realms. They have accomplished all the duties of a Bodhisattva and are fully endowed with immeasurable virtues. Having reached deep meditation and gained supernatural powers, transcendent knowledge and wisdom, they are established in the 7 practices leading to enlightenment and are devoted to the Buddha Dharma. With the physical eye, they see clearly, discerning objects without error. The sight of the divine eye reaches everywhere without limit. With the Dharma eye, they observe and know thoroughly the teachings of the way. With the wisdom eye, they see truth and attain the other shore. With the Buddha eye, they completely realize the nature of dharmas, and with unhindered wisdom, they expound the Dharma to others. Although they observe with the eye of equality that the 3 worlds are empty and non-existent, they strive to learn the Buddha Dharma and acquire varied eloquence to rid living beings of affliction caused by the evil passions. Since all dharmas have arisen from suchness, the Bodhisattvas see them as they really are, and know skillful means of speech that will develop good habits and destroy bad ones in living beings. They dislike circular talks, enjoying only right discourse on the Dharma. They cultivate roots of virtue, revere the path of the Buddha, and know that all dharmas are completely tranquil and non-existent. Their samsaric bodies and evil passions have been extinguished together with their remaining karmic tendencies. When they hear the profound Dharma, their minds are free of doubt and fear. They are always able to cultivate great compassion, which is deep and subtle, embracing everything like the sky and bearing all like the earth. Having reached the end of the single path, they have gone to the other shore. Since they have cut the net of doubt, wisdom arises in their minds. Within the Buddha Dharma, there is nothing that they do not comprehend. Their wisdom is like the ocean, and their samadhi is like the king of mountains. The light of their wisdom, being brilliant and pure, outshines the sun and moon. They are in complete possession of the pure, undefiled Dharma. They are like the Himalayas because the brilliance of their virtues is reflected evenly and clearly. They are like the great earth because they have no discriminative thoughts such as pure or impure, beautiful or ugly. They are like pure water because they wash away afflictions and defilements. They are like the king of fire because they burn the firewood of all evil passions. They are like a great wind because they travel throughout the worlds without hindrance. They are like the sky because they have no attachments. They are like lotuses because nothing in the world can defile them. They are like a great vehicle because they carry the multitude of beings out of birth and death. They are like a heavy cloud because they cause the great thunder of the Dharma to roar and awaken the unenlightened. They are like a great rain because they cause the nectar of the Dharma to fall like rain showers to nourish living beings. They are like the encircling adamantine mountains because demons and non-Buddhists cannot move them. They are like the king of the Brahma heaven because they are foremost in the performance of various good deeds. They are like the Nigroda tree because they afford shelter to all beings. They are like the Udambara flower because they rarely appear in the world and are difficult to encounter. They are like the gold-winged Garuda because they subdue non-Buddhists. They are like a flock of playful birds because they do not store things. They are like the king of bulls because they are invincible. They are like the king of elephants because they conquer adversaries. They are like the king of lions because they fear nothing. They are like the vast sky because their great compassion reaches everywhere without discrimination. They have destroyed envy by not being envious of the superiority of others. With single-heartedness, they seek the dharma tirelessly, always desiring to expound the doctrine. They never grow weary, striking dharma drums and hoisting dharma banners. They cause the sun of wisdom to shine forth and dissipate the darkness of ignorance. They perform the 6 acts of accord and respect, and always provide others with the gift of the dharma. Strong-willed and diligent, their determination never falters. Thus they become lamps for the world and fields of supreme merit. They always become teachers and harbor no thought of discrimination, aversion, or attachment. They seek only the right path, finding neither joy nor sorrow in other matters. They extract thorns of passion and give peace of mind to multitudes of beings. Because of their merit and wisdom, there is no one who does not revere them. They have destroyed the hindrance of the 3 defilements and mastered the supernatural powers. They also possess the power of good karma from their former lives, the power of guiding others, of the will, of vows, of employing skillful means, of continuous practice, of doing good, of meditation, of wisdom, and of hearing the Dharma widely. They also possess the power of the 6 paramitas, giving, dana, morality, sila, patience, khanti, effort, virya, meditation, dhyana, and wisdom, prajna, and the power of right mindfulness, concentration, contemplation, the supernatural faculties and transcendent knowledge, the power to tame and train living beings in the right way, as well as other powers. Fully possessed of all the physical characteristics and marks, virtues and eloquence, they have no equals. They revere and worship innumerable Buddhas and are, in turn, always praised by them. They have completed the Bodhisattva's course of paramitas and practiced the samadhis of emptiness, non-form, and non-desire, the samadhi of non-arising, non-perishing, and many other samadhis. They have gone far beyond the stages of Shravakas and Pajika Buddhas. Ananda, Bodhisattvas of that land have innumerable virtues such as these, of which I have given you only an outline. If I were to expound them in full detail, 1,000 million kalpas would not be long enough to do so. The Buddha said to the Bodhisattva, Maitreya, and to devas and humans, the virtue and wisdom of Shravakas and Bodhisattvas in the land of Amitayus are indescribable. That land is sublime, blissful, serene, and pure. Why do you not diligently practice good? Reflect on the naturalness of the way and realize that it is above all discrimination and is boundlessly pervasive. You should each make a great effort to attain it. Strive to escape from samsara and be born in the land of peace and provision. Then the causes of the 5 evil realms having been destroyed, they will naturally cease to be, and so you will progress unhindered in your pursuit of the way. The Pure Land is easy to reach, but very few actually go there. It rejects no one, but naturally and unfailingly attracts beings. Why do you not abandon worldly matters and strive to enter the way? If you do, you will obtain an infinitely long life and one of limitless bliss. People of the world, being weak in virtue, engage in strife over matters that are not urgent. In the midst of abject wickedness and extreme afflictions, they living in dejection and sorrow, they pile up thoughts of anguish, or, driven by inner urges, they run wildly in all directions and thus have no time for peace and rest. For example, if they own fields, they are concerned about them. If they have houses, they worry about them. They are also anxious about their 6 domestic animals, such as cows and horses, about their male and female servants, money, wealth, clothes, food, and furnishings. With deepening troubles, they sigh repeatedly, and anxiety increasingly torments and terrifies them. Sudden misfortune may befall them. All their possessions may be destroyed by fire, swept away by floods, plundered by robbers, or seized by adversaries or creditors. Then gnawing grief afflicts them and incessantly troubles their hearts. Anger seizes their minds, keeps them in constant agitation, increasingly tightens its grip, hardens their hearts, and never leaves them. When their lives end in such agonizing conditions, they must leave everyone and everything behind. Even nobles and wealthy people have these worries. With much anxiety and fear, they endure such tribulations, breaking out in cold sweats or fevers. They suffer unremitting pain. The poor and the unprivileged are constantly destitute. If, for example, they have no fields, they are unhappy and want them. If they have no houses, they are unhappy and want them. If they have none of the 6 domestic animals such as cows and horses, or if they have no male or female servants, or lack money, wealth, clothes, food, or furnishings, they are unhappy and want those as well. If they possess some of these things, others may be lacking. If they have this, they do not have that, and so they wish to possess all. But even if by some chance they come to possess everything, it will soon be destroyed or lost. Then dejected and sorrowful, they may strive to obtain such things again, but it may be impossible. Brooding over this is to no avail. Exhausted in mind and body, they become restless in all their activities, and anxieties follow on their heels. Such are the troubles they must endure. Breaking out in cold sweats or fevers, they suffer unremitting pain. Such conditions may result in the sudden end of their lives or an early death, since they have not done any good in particular, nor followed the way, nor acted virtuously. When they die, they will depart alone to an inferior world. Although they are destined to different states of existence, none of them understands the law of karma that sends them there. People of the world, parents and children, brothers and sisters, husbands and wives, and other family members and kinsmen should respect and love each other, refraining from hatred and envy. They should share things with others, not be greedy and miserly, always speak friendly words with a pleasing smile, and not hurt each other. If one disagrees with others and grows angry, however small one's grudge and enmity may be in this life, these will increase in the life to come until they grow into a mass of hostility. For if people are engaged in tormenting and harming each other in this life, such conflict may not immediately end in mutual destruction, but persistent bitterness and raging fury are impressed upon their mind, and thus naturally leave indelectable marks on consciousness, so that those involved will be reborn at about the same time to take revenge on each other. Further, in the midst of worldly desires and attachments, one comes and goes alone, is born alone, and dies alone. After death, one goes to a painful or pleasant state of existence. Each receives his karmic consequences, and no one else can take his place. In accordance with different acts of good and evil, people are destined to realms of bliss or suffering. Unalterably bound by their karma, they depart for those realms all alone. Having reached the other world, they cannot see each other. The law of good and evil naturally pursues them. and wherever they may be reborn, distance and darkness always separate them. Since their paths of karma are different, it is impossible to tell the time of their reunion, and is difficult to meet again. Can they ever see each other once more? Why do they not abandon all worldly involvements and strive, while they are strong and healthy, to pursue good and diligently seek deliverance from samsara? If they do, they will be able to attain infinite life. Why do they not seek the way? What is there in this world that should be longed for? What pleasure is there that ought to be sought after? Thus people of the world do not believe in pursuing good and receiving its reward, or in practicing the way and attaining enlightenment. Neither do they believe in transmigration and retribution for evil acts, or reward for good ones, such as obtaining merit by helping others. Believing that these do not exist, they totally reject such view. Further, by so doing, they cling to their own views more tenaciously. Later generations learn from previous ones to act likewise. Fathers perpetuating their wrong views pass them on to their children. Since parents and grandparents from the beginning do not do good deeds, were ignorant of the way, committed foolish acts, and were benighted, insensitive, and callous, their descendants are now unable to realize the truth of birth and death and the law of karma. There is no one to tell them about this. Nobody seeks to know the cause of fortune and misfortune, happiness and misery, although these states result from such acts. The reality of birth and death is such that the sorrow of parting is mutually felt by all generations. A father cries over the deaths of his children. Children cry over the death of their father. Brothers, sisters, husbands, and wives mourn each other's deaths. According to the basic law of impermanence, whether death will occur in order of seniority or in the reverse order is unpredictable. All things must pass. Nothing stays forever. Few believe this, even if someone teaches and exhorts them, and so the stream of birth and death continues everlastingly. Because they are stupid and callous, such people do not accept the teachings of the Buddha. They lack forethought and only wish to satisfy their own desires. They are deluded by their passionate attachments, unaware of the way, misguided and trapped by anger and enmity, and intent on gaining wealth and gratifying their carnal desires like bulls. And so, unable to follow the way, they are again subject to suffering in evil realms in an endless cycle of birth and death. How miserable and pitiable this is! In the same family, when one of the parents, children, brothers, sisters, or the husband or wife dies, those surviving mourn over the lost, and the attachment to the deceased persists. Deep sorrow fills their hearts, and grief-stricken, they mournfully think of the departed. Days pass and years go by, but the distress goes on. Even if someone teaches them the way, their minds are not awakened. Brooding over fond memories of the dead, they cannot rid themselves of attachment. Being ignorant, inert, and illusion-bound, they are unable to think deeply, keep their self-composure, practice the way with diligence, or disassociate themselves from worldly matters. As they wander here and there, they come to their end and die before entering on the way. Then what can be done for them? Because they are spiritually defiled, deeply troubled, and confused, people indulge their passions. Hence many are ignorant of the way, and few realize it. Everyone is restlessly busy, having nothing on which to rely, whether moral or corrupt, of high or low rank, rich or poor, noble or base. All are preoccupied with their own work. They entertain venomous thoughts, creating a widespread and dismal atmosphere of malevolence. Subversive activities are planned, contrary to the universal law and the wishes of the people. Injustice and vice inevitably follow and are allowed to run their course unchecked until all evil karma accumulates to the limit. Before they expect their lives to end, people meet sudden death and fall into evil realms, where they will suffer excruciating torments for many lives. They will not be able to escape for many thousands of kotis of kalpas. How indescribably painful, how pitiable this is. The Buddha said to Bodhisattva Maitreya and to devas and humans, I have told you the truth about people of the world. Such being their mode of life, they are unable to enter the way. Therefore, you should think deeply and try to avoid various evil acts. Choose the good and diligently practice it. A life of addiction to desires or a life of pomp and vainglory cannot last long. All must pass. There is nothing you can really enjoy. Since you have encountered a Buddha in this world, you should assiduously practice the way. Anyone who sincerely desires birth in the land of peace and bliss is able to attain purity of wisdom and supremacy in virtue. You should not follow the urges of the passions, break the precepts, or fall behind others in the practice of the way. If you have doubts and are not clear about my teaching, ask me, the Buddha, about anything, and I shall explain it to you. Bodhisattva Maitreya prostrated himself on the ground and said, Your majestic glory, O Buddha, is awe-inspiring, and your exposition is most pleasing to me. Having heard your teaching, I feel deeply that people of the world are just as you have described. Your compassionate revelation of the Great Way has opened our eyes and ears, awakening us to liberation. Those who have heard your teachings are all filled with joy. Devas, humans, and lesser beings, including even those that crawl, have all been blessed by your compassionate guidance and have thereby attained deliverance from suffering and affliction. The Buddha's admonition is indeed profound and appropriate, and his wisdom clearly surveys things in the 8 directions, above and below, penetrating all in the past, present, and future. Our liberation in the present life is entirely due to the Buddha's perseverance and painstaking efforts in his former lives when he was seeking the way. His benevolence covers the whole world, and the extent of his merit is majestic and glorious. His light penetrates to the utmost ends of space and guides people to nirvana. He reveals the sutras, destroys wrong views, and subdues demons. Thus his influence extends boundlessly in the 10 directions. The Buddha is a king of the dharma. His virtue surpasses that of all the sages. He is the teacher of all devas and humans and enables them to enter the way according to their wishes. Having been able to meet you, O Buddha, and also to hear the name of Amitayus, we have all attained joy and illumination. The Buddha said to Maitreya, What you say is true. Those who adore and revere a Buddha attain great merit. Buddhas very rarely appear in the world. Having become a Buddha in this life, I've taught the Dharma, expounded teachings of the way, cleared people's doubts, eradicated the causes of lust and desire, and blocked the source of all evils. Visiting various places in the 3 worlds, I encounter no obstructions. The wisdom disclosed in the scriptures provides for all ways of life. It keeps essential principles together and clearly reveals the truth. I've explained the reality of the 5 realms, thereby freeing those who have not yet attained deliverance and distinguishing between the paths of samsara and nirvana. Maitreya, you should know that you have, for innumerable kalpas, been perfecting the Bodhisattva practices, to save sentient beings. Incalculable indeed is the number of beings who, under your guidance, have attained the way and reached nirvana. From time immemorial, you and all the devas and humans in the 10 directions and the 4 groups of followers have been floundering in the 5 realms of samsara, undergoing indescribable troubles and afflictions. Until you were born in this life, you too underwent endless cycles of birth and death. Now you have encountered a Buddha, listened to his expositions of the dharma, and been able to learn about Amitayus. What pleasure and joy this is for you and me to share. I share the joy with you. It is time for all to seek deliverance from the pains of birth, sickness, old age, and death. Outflows of depravity and defilement are everywhere, and there is nothing in which you can find true joy. You should resolutely do worthy deeds with propriety, strive to do more good, control and purify yourselves, wash away the mental defilements, be sincere in word and deed, and allow no contradiction between what you think and what you do. Seek your own liberation, and then turn to saving others. Straightforwardly aspire to be born in the Pure Land and accumulate roots of virtue. However hard you may practice in this life, it can only be for a short while. In the life to come, you'll be born in the land of Amitayus and enjoy endless bliss there. Being forever in accord with the way, you will no longer be subject to birth and death, and be free of the afflictions caused by greed, anger, and ignorance. If you wish your life to be as long as a kalpa, 100 kalpas, or 10 million kotis of kalpas, it will be just as you please. You will dwell in effortless spontaneity and attain nirvana. You should each diligently seek to realize your aspiration. Do not entertain any doubt or give up your endeavors, lest, as a result of that fault, you should be born into the 7-jeweled palace in the border region of the Pure Land and be subject to various disadvantages for 500 years. Maitreya said to the Buddha, "Having received your considerate admonition, we will diligently practice the way and follow your teaching. We will not allow any doubt to arise." The Buddha said to Maitreya, "If here in this world you are upright in thought and will, and abstain from doing evil, then you will attain the utmost virtue, unsurpassed in all the lands throughout the 10 directions. Why is this so? Devas and humans in the Buddha lands naturally do good and rarely commit evil, and so it is easy to teach and train them. Having become a Buddha in this world, I now dwell in the midst of the 5 evils, the 5 sufferings, and the 5 burnings. This is extremely painful for me. I will teach multitudes of beings, making them abandon the 5 evils, avoid the 5 sufferings, and escape from the 5 burnings. I will train their minds and lead them to practice the 5 good deeds, so that they may acquire merit and virtue, and attain liberation, long life, and nirvana." The Buddha continued, "What are the 5 evils? What are the 5 sufferings? What are the 5 burnings? What is the way to extinguish the 5 evils and lead people to practice the 5 good deeds, so that they may acquire merit and virtue, and attain liberation, long life, and nirvana?" The Buddha said, "The first evil is this: Devas, humans, and lesser beings, including even those that crawl, are bent on doing evil. There is no being that is not. The strong subdue the weak. All inflict serious injuries upon and kill each other. All devour their prey, not knowing how to do good. They commit evil and commit outrageous and unruly deeds. Later, they receive retribution. It is natural that they should be destined to evil realms. Demigods keep records of offenders' acts and make sure that they are punished. That is why some are poor and destitute, corrupt, beggarly, lonely, deaf, dumb, blind, stupid, wicked, physically handicapped, deranged, or subnormal. But others are honorable, noble, wealthy, intelligent, or clever. This is the result of good and meritorious acts of benevolence and the performance of their duties to their parents in former lives. In this world, prisons are set up by the law, and those who are unafraid of them and commit offenses are sent there for punishment. However, desperately they may wish to escape. It is impossible to do so. Such is retribution in this world. But in lives to come, punishment is longer and more severe for such evildoers. The suffering of transmigration through dark and dismal realms is comparable to the severest and most painful punishment ever enforced by law. Thus, through the natural working of karma, they undergo immeasurable sufferings in the three evil realms. In successive transmigrations, they are reborn into different states and forms. Their lifespans are sometimes long and sometimes short. Their transient selves, vital energy, and consciousness transmigrate through the natural working of karma. Although each individual is reborn alone, those bound by common karma come to be bound together and take revenge upon each other. So this condition persists endlessly, and until the effect of the evil karma is exhausted, there is no possibility of avoiding their enemies. Floundering in samsara, they have no chance of escape or of attaining liberation. The pain that they must undergo is indescribable. Since this law naturally obtains everywhere between heaven and earth, even if good or evil acts do not immediately bring about reward or retribution, they will certainly result in them sooner or later. This I call the first great evil, the first suffering, and the first burning. Those afflictions are such that they are comparable to a huge fire burning people alive. If, in the midst of this, one controls one's thoughts with single-mindedness, does worthy deeds with proper demeanor, commits no evil and performs only good, then with the merit and virtue acquired, one reaches liberation and is able to escape from this world, be reborn in heavenly realms, and finally reach nirvana. This is the first great good. The Buddha continued, the second evil is that people of this world, parents, children, brothers and sisters, family members, husbands and wives, all lack moral principles, break laws, conduct themselves arrogantly, commit licentious and unruly acts, pursue their own pleasures, enjoy themselves as they will, and deceive each other. What they think contradicts what they say. They speak without sincerity, flatter others with deceitful intention, frown upon others with artful words, envy the reputation of sages, abuse the virtuous, and entrap people by dishonest means. Masters are unwise in appointing retainers who, exploiting the situation, seek every opportunity for trickery and deceit. Rulers, being unrighteous, are deceived by ministers and foolishly remove loyal and faithful subjects. This is contrary to the will of heaven. Ministers betray their rulers, children deceive their parents, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, kinsmen, and friends deceive each other. They harbor greed, anger, and ignorance, and desiring many possessions, seek their own advantage. All people are the same at heart, whether they are people of high and honorable positions or of lower and despised classes. They bring their homes and themselves to ruin and recklessly destroy their kindred. Although they are family members, friends, villagers, townspeople, ignorant and vulgar groups working together all seek to gain their own benefit, therefore incurring the anger and enmity of others. When people grow rich, they become miserly and uncharitable, greedily attached to their wealth. They toil with mind and body to retain it. When their end comes, they find nothing on which to rely. Ultimately, they are born and depart alone, with nobody to accompany them. Bliss or misery resulting from good or evil acts follow them in their future lives. Thus they are reborn in the pleasant or painful states. Even if they later feel regret, what good will that do? People of the world, being dark-hearted and lacking insight, hate and abuse good people and show them no respect. They are attached to wrongdoing and willfully commit unlawful acts. They always covet the wealth of others and harbor intentions of stealing. After spending and squandering what they have robbed from others, they seek to regain it. Because of their own hidden motives and dishonesty, they slyly study the reactions shown on the faces of others. Since they are unable to think far ahead, when things go wrong, they become despondent with chagrin. In this world, there are prisons established by law, where offenders are sent to receive punishment according to their offenses. In their previous lives, they neither believed in the way nor cultivated roots of virtue. In this life too, if they commit evil, demigods know and keep records of their acts, so when they die, they fall into evil realms. Thus, because of the natural working of karma, there are the three evil realms and innumerable sufferings through which evildoers must pass, life after life, for many kalpas, with no end in sight. It is indeed difficult for them to attain release. The pain they must undergo is indescribable. This is called the second great evil, the second suffering, and the second burning. The affliction are such that they are comparable to a huge fire burning people alive. If in the midst of this, one controls one's thoughts with single-mindedness, does worthy deeds with proper dominion, commits no evil, and performs only good, then with the merit and virtue acquired, one reaches liberation and is able to escape from this world, to be born in heavenly realms, and finally reach nirvana. This is the second great good. The Buddha continued, the third evil is this: people of the world live together, inhabiting this realm from heaven and earth, with a limited lifespan. On the one hand, among the higher levels, there are the wise, rich, honorable, noble, and wealthy people. On the other hand, among the lower levels, there are people who are poor, debased, crude, and foolish. Besides, there are evildoers who always harbor vicious thoughts and think only of self-gratification. They are full of worries and sunk in lust and attachment. They are restless in their daily lives, greedy and miserly, and desirous of what they have no right to possess. They gloat over fair-skinned women, behave licentiously, and commit obscene acts with them, hate their own wives, and secretly frequent brothels. Consequently, after squandering all their resources, they begin to break the law. They form bands, start riots, engage in fighting, unlawfully attack and kill people, and plunder property. Some have evil designs on the possessions of others. Without working at their own occupations, they acquire things through theft. Driven by desire, they commit further offenses. Feverishly agitated, they intimidate and rob people to support their own wives and children with the goods thus acquired. Obeying only the dictates of their passions, they become addicted to wanton pleasures. They also disregard seniority in kinship, causing sorrow and anguish to other family members and relatives. Furthermore, they take no account of the laws of the state. But such evils are known to others and also to demons. The sun and moon recognize them, and demigods keep records of their doings. Thus, because of the natural workings of karma, there are three evil realms and innumerable sufferings through which evildoers must pass, life after life, for many kalpas, with no end in sight. It is indeed difficult for them to gain release. The pain they must undergo is indescribable. This is called the third great evil, the third suffering, and the third burning. The afflictions are such that they are comparable to a huge fire burning people alive. If in the midst of this, one controls one's thoughts with single-mindedness, does worthy deeds with proper demeanor, commits no evil and performs only good, then with the merit and virtue acquired, one reaches liberation and is able to escape from this world, be reborn in heavenly realms, and finally reach nirvana. This is a third great good. The Buddha continued, the fourth evil is this. People of the world do not think of doing good. They incite each other to commit various kinds of evil, uttering harsh and abusive words, telling lies and engaging in idle talk. They slander others and cause contention. They hate and envy good people and ruin the wise, while they rejoice in watching this behind the scenes. They are neglectful of their parents, make light of their teachers and elders, fail to win the trust of their friends, and lack sincerity, holding themselves in high esteem. They think that they are virtuous, but act waywardly in an overbearing manner and despise others. Unaware of their own evil, they never feel ashamed of themselves, boastful of their physical strength. They demand respect and fear from others, taking no heed of heaven, earth, demigods, or the sun and moon. They disdain to do any good, so they are difficult to train and convert. Holding themselves in high esteem, they demand their own way. Arrogant and afraid of nothing, they always assume a haughty attitude. But demigods keep records of their evils. Perhaps there's some meritorious act in their former lives, and they can count on the effect of that small amount of good. But since they commit evil again in this life, their store of merit is soon exhausted. Good divinities forsake them, leaving them alone with no one on whom to depend. When their lives end, all their evil recoils upon them and forces them, through the natural working of karma, to descend to the evil realms. Again, as the exact records of their deeds in the hands of the demigods dictate, their karmic transgressions and offenses condemn them to hellish realms. Retribution for evil comes about naturally, and nothing can stop it. They must go into the red-hot cauldrons, where their bodies are melted down with the utmost torment and anguish. Even if at that time they repent of their evil deeds, what good will that do? The way of heaven takes its inevitable course without mistake. Thus, because of the natural working of karma, there are the three evil realms and innumerable kinds of suffering through which evildoers must pass, life after life, for many kalpas, with no end in sight. It is indeed difficult for them to gain release, and the pain they must undergo is indescribable. This is called the fourth great evil, the fourth suffering, and the fourth burning. The afflictions are such that they are comparable to a huge fire burning people alive. If, in the midst of this, one controls one's thoughts with single-mindedness, does worthy deeds with proper demeanor, commits no evil and performs only good, then with the merit and virtue acquired, one reaches liberation and is able to escape from this world, be reborn in heavenly realms, and finally reach nirvana. This is the fourth great good. The Buddha continued, the fifth evil is this. People of the world are indecisive and slothful, reluctant to do good, lacking in self-discipline, and they do not work hard at their occupations, so their families and dependents are left to suffer from hunger and cold. When reproached by their parents, they retort angrily with scornful looks. In such conflicts, they are far from peaceful. They can be as violent and frenzied as when enemies confront each other. As a result, parents wish that they had no children. In dealing with others, they are licentious and wayward, causing trouble and annoyance to many. Even when they are morally obliged to others, they neglect their duties and have no intention of repaying their indebtedness. Destitute and driven to the most desperate ends, they have no way of regaining their wealth. Although eager to obtain much profit and appropriate the riches of others, they waste their money on wanton pleasures. As this becomes a habit, they grow accustomed to acquiring property illegally and to spending their ill-gained profits on personal luxuries, indulging in wine and sumptuous food. They eat and drink to excess. Profligate and contentious as they are, they engage in foolish quarrels. Unable to understand others, they forcibly impose their will upon them. When they come upon people who are good, they hate and abuse them. Lacking morality and decorum, they do not reflect on their conduct and so are presumptuous and insistent, refusing to take the advice and admonitions of others. They are unconcerned if their kinsmen, from the closest to the sixth blood relative, have no means of livelihood. They disregard their parents' benevolence and do not fulfill obligations to their teachers and friends. They think only of doing evil. Their mouths continuously speak malice, and with their bodies they are forever committing evil. In their whole lives they do not do even one good deed. Furthermore, they do not believe in the ancient sages, nor the Buddhist teachings, nor the path of practice leading to liberation. Neither do they believe that after death one is reborn into another state of existence. The good deeds bring about good rewards, or that evil acts brings about evil consequences. They plot to murder an arhat or to cause disruption in the sangha. They even think of killing their parents, brothers, sisters, or other relatives. For this reason, even their kinsmen, from the closest to the sixth blood relative, hate them so much as to wish them dead. Such people of the world are all of the same mind. They are foolish and ignorant, lacking the wisdom to know whence they have come into life or whither they are going after death. Neither humane towards others nor obedient to their elders, they rebel against the whole world. Nevertheless, they expect good fortune and seek long lives, only to meet death in the end. Even if someone compassionately admonishes them, trying to lead them to thoughts of good, and teaches them that they are naturally good and evil realms of samsara, they will not believe him. However hard one may try to persuade them, it is useless. Their minds are closed and they refuse to listen to others or understand their teachings. When their lives are about to end, fear and revulsion arise in turn. Not having previously done any good, they are filled with remorse when they come to their end. But what good will that do then? Between heaven and earth, the five realms are clearly distinguishable. They are vast and deep, extending boundlessly. In return for good or evil deeds, happiness or misery ensues. The result of one's karma must be borne by oneself alone, and no one else can take one's place. This is natural law. Misfortune follows evil deeds as their retribution, which is impossible to avoid. Good people do good deeds and so enjoy pleasure after pleasure and proceed from light to greater light. Evildoers commit crimes and so suffer pain after pain and wander from darkness to deeper darkness. No one except the Buddha knows this completely, even though someone admonishes and teaches them. Very few believe, and so the cycles of birth and death never cease, and the evil paths continue endlessly. The karmic consequences for such worldly people cannot be described in detail. Thus, because of the natural working of karma, there are innumerable kinds of sufferings in the three evil realms, through which wicked beings must pass, life after life, for many kalpas, and no end in sight. It is indeed difficult for them to gain release, and the pain they must undergo is indescribable. This is called the fifth great evil, the fifth suffering, and the fifth burning, the afflictions of such that they are comparable to a huge fire burning people alive. If, in the midst of this, one controls one's thoughts with single-mindedness, does worthy deeds with proper demeanor, mindfully recollects, harmonizes words and deeds, acts with sincerity, utters true words, speaks from the heart, commits no evil, and performs only good, then with the merit and virtue acquired, one reaches liberation and is able to escape from this world, be reborn in heavenly realms, and finally reach nirvana. This is the fifth great good. The Buddha said to Maitreya, I shall explain further. Such are the afflictions of the five evils in this world. The five sufferings and the five burnings continue to arise from them. People commit nothing but evil and fail to cultivate roots of virtue, and so it is natural that they all go to evil realms. Even in this life, they suffer from incurable illnesses, longing for death. They cannot die. Craving for life, they cannot live. Thus they are an example to others of what the retribution for evil acts is like. After death, driven by the karma, they fall into the three evil realms, where they suffer countless tortures and are themselves consigned to the flames. After a long time, they are reborn again in this world, only to foment hatred against each other. At first hatred is slight, but finally develops into a major evil. All this is because of their greedy attachment to wealth and sensuous pleasures, and of their refusal to share with others. Further, wayward thoughts arise from the desires born of stupidity. Their bondage to evil passions will never be severed. In the pursuit of selfish gain, there is no chance for them to reflect on their evils and turn to good. When wealthy and prosperous, they are happy and do not learn to be modest and virtuous. Consequently, their pomp and power are short-lived. When these are exhausted, they must undergo further afflictions. Their sufferings are bound to increase in time to come. The law of karma operates like a net, stretched everywhere. In its meshes, it inevitably catches all offenders. The net woven of large and small ropes covers the whole world from top to bottom, and those caught in it feel utterly helpless and tremble in fear. This net has been in existence from of old. How painful and heart-rending! The Buddha said to Maitreya, people of this world are as I have described. All the Buddhas pity them, and with divine powers destroy the evils and lead them all to good. If you give up wrong views, hold fast to the scriptures and the precepts, and practice the way without committing any fault, then you will finally be able to attain the path to liberation and nirvana. The Buddha continued, you and other devas and people of the present and future generations having received the Buddha's teachings, should reflect upon them and while following them, should remain upright in thought and do virtuous deeds. Rulers should abide by morality, reign with beneficence, and decree that everyone should maintain proper conduct, revere the sages, respect people of virtue, be benevolent and kind to others, and to take care not to disregard the Buddha's teachings and admonitions. All should seek liberation, cut the roots of samsara and its various evils, and so aspire to escape from the paths of immeasurable sorrow, fear and pain in the three realms. In this world, you should extensively plant roots of virtue, be benevolent, give generously, abstain from breaking the precepts, be patient and diligent, teach people with sincerity and wisdom, do virtuous deeds, and practice good. If you strictly observe the precepts of abstinence with upright thought and mindfulness even for a day and a night, the merit acquired will surpass that of practicing good in the land of Amitayus for 100 years. The reason is that in that Buddha land of effortless spontaneity, all the inhabitants do good without committing even a hair's breadth of evil. If in this world you do good for 10 days and nights, the merit acquired will surpass that of practicing good in the Buddha lands of other directions for 1,000 years. The reason is that in the Buddha lands of other directions, many practice good and very few commit evil. These are lands where everything is naturally provided as a result of one's merit and virtue, and so no evil is done. But in this world, much evil is committed, and few are provided for naturally. People must work hard to get what they want. Since they intend to deceive each other, their minds are troubled, their bodies are exhausted, and they drink bitterness and eat hardship. In this way, they are too much preoccupied with their toil to have time for rest. Out of pity for you and other devas and humans, I've taken great pains in exhorting you to do good deeds. I've given you instructions appropriate to your capacities. You have, without fail, accepted my teachings and practiced them, and so have all entered on the way as you wished. Wherever the Buddha comes to stay, there is no state, town, or village that is not blessed by his virtues. The whole country reposes in peace and harmony. The sun and moon shine with pure brilliance. Wind arises and rain falls at the right time. There is no calamity or epidemic, and so the country becomes wealthy, and its people enjoy peace. Soldiers and weapons become useless, and people esteem virtue, practice benevolence, and diligently cultivate courteous modesty. The Buddha continued, "My concern for you, devas and humans, is greater than the care of parents for the children. I have become a Buddha in this world, destroyed the 5 evils, removed the 5 sufferings, and extinguished the 5 burnings. I've counted evil with good, eradicated the suffering of birth and death, and enabled people to acquire the 5 virtues and attain the peace of unconditioned nirvana. But after I've departed from this world, my teaching will gradually decline, and people will fall prey to flattery and deceit, and commit various evils again, resulting in the recurrence of the 5 sufferings and the 5 burnings. As time goes on, their sufferings will intensify. As it is impossible to describe this in detail, I've given you only a brief outline." The Buddha said to Maitreya, "You should each ponder on this well, teach and admonish each other, and be on guard against disobeying the Buddha's instruction." Bodhisattva Maitreya, with his palms together, said, "O Buddha, how appropriate your admonition is. people of the world are just as you have described. O Tathagata, you take pity on and care for us without discrimination and seek to deliver us all from suffering. Having accepted the Buddha's repeated exhortations, I will be careful not to disobey them. The Buddha said to Ananda, rise to your feet, rearrange your robes, put your palms together, and respectfully revere and worship Amitayus, Buddha Tathagatas in the lands of the 10 directions. All is praised with one accord, that Buddha's virtue of non-attachment and unimpeded activity. Ananda stood up, rearranged his robes, assumed the correct posture, faced westward, and demonstrating his sincere reverence, joined his palms together, prostrated himself on the ground, and worshipped Amitayus. Then he said to Shakyamuni, Buddha, World-honored one, I wish to see that Buddha, his land of peace and bliss, and its hosts of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. As soon as he had said this, Amitayus emitted a great light, which illuminated all the Buddha lands. The encircling adamantine mountains, Mount Sumeru, together with large small mountains and everything else, shone with the same golden color. That light was like the flood at the end of the period of cosmic change that fills the whole world, when myriads of things are submerged, and as far as the eye can see, there is nothing but the vast expanse of water. Even so was the flood of light emanating from Amitayus. All the likes of Shravakas and Bodhisattvas were outshone and surpassed, and only the Buddha's light remained shining, bright and glorious. At that time, Ananda saw the splendor and majesty of Amitayus, resembling Mount Sumeru, which rises above the whole world. There was no place that was not illuminated by the light emanating from his body of glory. The 4 groups of followers of the Buddha in the assembly saw all this at the same time. Likewise, those of the Pure Land saw everything in this world. Then the Buddha said to Ananda and Bodhisattva Maitreya, have you seen that land filled with excellent and glorious manifestations, all spontaneously produced from the ground to the heaven of pure abode? Ananda replied, yes, I have. The Buddha asked, have you also heard the great voice of Amitayus expound the dharma to all the worlds, guiding sentient beings to the way of the Buddha? Ananda replied, yes, I have. The Buddha further asked, have you also seen the inhabitants of that land move freely, riding in 7 jeweled airborne palaces as large as 100,000 yojanas, to worship the Buddhas of the lands in the 10 directions? Yes, I have, replied Ananda. Have you also seen that some of the inhabitants are in the embryonic state of rebirth? Yes, I have. Those in the embryonic state dwell in palaces as high as 100 yojanas or 500 yojanas, where they spontaneously enjoy pleasures, as do those in the heaven of the 33 gods. Then Bodhisattva Maitreya said to the Buddha, World-honored one, for what reason are some of the inhabitants of that land in the embryonic state, and the others born by transformation? The Buddha replied, Maitreya, if they are sentient beings who do various meritorious deeds, aspiring for birth in that land, while still entertaining doubt, such beings are unable to comprehend the Buddha wisdom, inconceivable wisdom, ineffable wisdom, boundless Mahayana wisdom, and incomparable, unequal, and unsurpassed supreme wisdom. Although they doubt these wisdoms, they still believe in retribution for evil and reward for virtue, and so cultivate a store of merit, aspiring for birth in that land. Such beings are born in a palace where they dwell for 500 years without being able to behold the Buddha, hear his exposition of the Dharma, or see the hosts of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. For this reason, that type of birth in the Pure Land is called the embryonic state. If they are sentient beings who, with resolute faith, accept these kinds of wisdom, from the Buddha's wisdom to the supreme wisdom, do meritorious deeds, and sincerely transfer the merit acquired to that land, those beings will be spontaneously born by transformation, seated with legs crossed in the 7 jeweled lotus flowers, and instantly attain the same glorious forms, wisdom, and virtue as those of the Bodhisattvas there. Further, Maitreya, if great Bodhisattvas in the Buddha lands of other directions desire to see Amitayus and revere and make offerings to him, and the host of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, they will, after death, be born in the land of Amitayus, spontaneously transformed. They will be born from within the 7 jeweled lotus flowers. Maitreya, you should know that those born by transformation are possessed of supreme wisdom, while those in the embryonic state lack that wisdom and must pass 500 years without being able to behold the Buddha, hear his teaching of the Dharma, see the hosts of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, make offerings to the Buddha, learn the rules of conduct for Bodhisattvas, or perform meritorious practices. You should know that this is because those beings harbor doubt and lack wisdom in their previous lives. The Buddha said to Maitreya, let us suppose that a wheel-turning monarch has a special chamber that is adorned with the 7 kinds of jewels and provided with curtained couches and silken banners hanging from the ceiling. If princes have committed an offense against the king, they are taken to that chamber and fettered with gold chains. There they are served with food and drink and provided with clothes, couches and cushions, flowers and incense, and they can enjoy music. Being treated just like the wheel-turning monarch himself, they have no wants. Do you think that those princes would enjoy living there? No, they would not, replied Maitreya. They would seek various means of approach to ask a person of power to help them escape. The Buddha said to Maitreya, those beings born within that lotus buds are like that. Because of their doubt of the Buddha's wisdom, they have been born in palaces. Although they receive no punishment or ill treatment, even for a single moment, they must pass 500 years there without being able to see the 3 treasures, make offerings to the Buddha, or cultivate a store of virtue. This is distressing to them. Though there are other pleasures, they do not enjoy living there. If those beings become aware of the faults committed in their former lives and deeply repent, they can, as they wish, live and go to where Amitayus dwells. Then they can worship and make offerings to him. They can also visit innumerable and countless other Tathagatas to perform various meritorious practices. Maitreya, you should know that the Bodhisattvas who allow doubt to arise lose great benefits. For this reason, you should have resolute faith in the supreme wisdom of the Buddha. Bodhisattva Maitreya said to the Buddha, World-honored one, how many non-retrogressive bodhisattvas are there in this world who will be born in that Buddha land? The Buddha replied, 67 kotis of non-retrogressive bodhisattvas from this world will be born there. Each of these bodhisattvas had previously made offerings to innumerable Buddhas with almost as much diligence as you did, Maitreya. Furthermore, Bodhisattvas of lesser practices and those who have performed small acts of merit, whose number is beyond calculation, will all be born there. The Buddha said to Maitreya, not only those Bodhisattvas from this world, but also those from Buddha lands in other directions are born there. First, in the land of the Buddha named Far-Reaching Illumination, there are 180 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Second, in the land of the Buddha Jewel Storehouse, there are 90 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Third, in the land of the Buddha Immeasurable Sound, there are 220 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Fourth, in the land of the Buddha Taste of Nectar, there are 250 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Fifth, in the land of the Buddha Dragon Subduing, there are 14 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Sixth, in the land of the Buddha Superior Power, there are 14,000 Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Seventh, in the land of the Buddha Singha, there are 500 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Eighth, in the land of the Buddha Undefiled Light, there are 80 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. Ninth, in the land of the Buddha Peak of Virtue, there are 60 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. 10th, in the land of the Buddha Mountain of Excellent Virtue, there are 60 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. 11th, in the land of the Buddha King of Humans, there are 10 kotis of Bodhisattvas who all visit there. 12th, in the land of the Buddha Splendid Flower, there are innumerable and incalculable Bodhisattvas who are all non-retrogressive and possessed of unrivaled wisdom, who have previously made offerings to countless Buddhas and are able to learn in 7 days the adamantine teachings of the Dharma that can only be attained by Mahasattvas after practicing for 100,000 kotis of kalpas. Those Bodhisattvas all visit there. 13th, in the land of the Buddha Fearlessness, there are 790 kotis of great Bodhisattvas and incalculable minor Bodhisattvas and bhikshus who all visit there. The Buddha said to Maitreya, not only do the Bodhisattvas from those 14 Buddha lands visit that land, but also Bodhisattvas from innumerable Buddha lands in the 10 directions, whose number is incalculable. Even if I were to give you only the names of the Buddhas in the 10 directions and the number of the Bodhisattvas and bhikshus who visit that land, enumerating them continuously, day and night, for a kalpa, I would not be able to complete the list. This is why I have given you only a brief description. The Buddha said to Maitreya, if there are people who hear the name of that Buddha, rejoice so greatly as to dance and think of him even once, then you should know that they have gained great benefit by receiving unsurpassed virtue. For this reason, Maitreya, even if a great fire were to fill the universe of 1,000 million worlds, you should pass through it to hear this sutra, to arouse joyful faith, to uphold and chant it, and to practice in accordance with its teachings. This is because there are many bodhisattvas who wish to hear this teaching, but are still unable to do so. If there are sentient beings who have heard it, they will attain the stage of non-retrogression for realizing the highest enlightenment. This is why you should single-heartedly accept in faith, uphold and chant the sutra, and practice in accordance with its teachings. The Buddha further said, I've expounded this teaching for the sake of sentient beings and enabled you to see Amitayus and all in his land. Strive to do what you should do. After I've passed into nirvana, do not allow doubt to arise. In the future, the Buddhist scriptures and teachings will perish, but out of pity and compassion, I will especially preserve this sutra and maintain it in the world for 100 years more. Those beings who encounter it will attain deliverance in accord with their aspirations. The Buddha said to Maitreya, "It is difficult to encounter and behold a Tathagata when he is in this world, difficult to access, difficult to hear are the Buddha's teachings and scriptures. It is also difficult to hear the excellent teachings for Bodhisattvas, the Paramitas. Difficult, too, is it to meet a good teacher, to hear the dharma, and perform the practices. But most difficult of all difficulties is to hear the sutra, have faith in it with joy, and hold fast to it. Nothing is more difficult than this. Thus have I formed my dharma. Thus have I expounded my dharma. Thus have I taught my dharma. You must receive it and practice it by the method prescribed." When the World-Honored One had finished his presentation of this sutra, aspiration for highest enlightenment was awakened in innumerable sentient beings. 12,000 nayutas of human beings attained the pure Dharma eye. 22 kotis of devas and humans attained the stage of non-returner, anagamin. 800,000 bhikshus realized the wisdom of destroying defilements. 40 kotis of bodhisattvas attained the stage of non-retrogression, and all adorned with the virtue of the universal vow will ultimately attain perfect enlightenment. At that time, the entire universe of 1,000 million worlds quaked in 6 ways, and a great light illuminated all the lands in the 10 directions. 100,000 kinds of music played spontaneously, and innumerable marvelous flowers fell in profusion from the sky. When the Buddha finished delivering this sutra, Bodhisattva Maitreya and Bodhisattvas from the lands in the 10 directions, together with the elder Ananda and other great Shravakas and all those in the assembly, without exception, rejoice at the Buddha's discourse. End of Part 2 of the Sutra of the Buddha of Infinite Life, delivered by Shakyamuni Buddha.
Amitayus Amitayus. นะโม 弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无 阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无 阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛， 南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛， 南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 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 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀。
阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥 Amitayus. Amitayus 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 Amitayus
南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无 阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛， 南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛， 南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无 阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛， 南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛，南无阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。南无阿弥陀佛 Buddha， 南无阿弥陀佛 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 Buddha， 南无 Amitabha Buddha. Namo 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 Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha. 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 Amitabha, 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 Amitabha. 陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。南无阿弥陀佛，布达。 Namo Amitabha Buddha. 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 Namo Amitabha
of infinite life, delivered by Shakyamuni Buddha, translated into Chinese during the Liu Song dynasty by Tripitaka master Kalayasas of Central Asia, translated into English by Inagaki Hisayo in collaboration with Harold Stewart, published by Bukkyo Dendo Kyokai and Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. Verse for opening a sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Thus have I heard. At one time, the Buddha was staying on Vulture Peak in Rajagraha with a great assembly of 1,250 monks. He was also accompanied by 32,000 Bodhisattvas, led by Manjusri, the Dharma prince. At that time, in the great city of Rajagraha, there was a prince named Ajatasattu. Instigated by his wicked friend Devadatta, he seized his father, King Bimbisara, confined him in a room with walls 7 deep, and forbade all the court officials to visit the king. Vaidehi, the king's consort, was devoted to him. After having bathed and cleansed herself, she spread over her body ghee and honey mixed to a paste with wheat flour, filled her ornaments with grape juice, and secretly offered this food and drink to the king. He ate the flour paste, drank the juice, and then asked for water. Having rinsed his mouth, he joined his palms in reverence, and facing Vulture Peak, worshipped the World-Honored One from afar, and said, Mahamoggallana is my close friend. I beseech you to have pity on me and send him here to give me the 8 precepts. Then Mahamoggallana flew as swiftly as a hawk to the king. Day after day, he came like this to give the king the 8 precepts. The World-Honored One also sent the Venerable Purna to the palace to expound the Dharma to the king. 3 weeks passed in this way. Because he had eaten the flour paste and heard the Dharma, he appeared peaceful and contented. Then Ajatasattu asked the god, "Is my father still alive?" The god replied, "Great king, his consort spreads flower paste over her body, fills her ornaments with grape juice, and offers these to the king. The monks Mahamoggallana and Purna came here through the air to expound the dharma to him. It is impossible to stop them." Hearing this, Ajatasattu became furious with his mother and said, "Because you are an accomplice of that enemy, mother, you too are an enemy. Those monks are evil, for with their delusive magic, they've kept this wicked king alive for many days." So saying, he drew his sharp sword, intending to kill her. At that time, the king had a minister named Chandraprabha, who was intelligent and wise. Together with Jivaka, he made obeisance to the king and said, "Great king, according to a certain Vedic scripture, since the beginning of this cosmic period, there have been 18,000 wicked kings who have killed their fathers out of the desire to usurp the throne. But we have never heard of anyone who has committed the outrage of killing his mother. Your Majesty, if you commit such an outrage, you'll bring disgrace upon the Kshatriya class. As your ministers, we cannot bear to hear what people will say. As this would be the act of an outcast, we could no longer remain here." Having spoken these words, the two ministers grasped their swords and stepped back. Agitated and frightened, Ajatasattu said to Jivaka, "Are you not on my side?" Jivaka replied, "Your Majesty, please restrain yourself and do not kill your mother." Hearing this, the king repented and begged their forgiveness. Having thrown away his sword, he stopped short of killing his mother and instead ordered the court officials to lock her up in an inner chamber and not allow her to leave. Vaidehi, thus confined, grew emaciated with grief and despair. Facing Vulture Peak, she worshipped the Buddha from afar and said, "O Tathagata, world-honored one, you used to send Ananda to comfort me. Now I'm in deep sorrow and distress. Since there is no way of my coming to look upon your august countenance, world-honored one, I pray you send Venerable Mahamoggallana and Venerable Ananda here to see me." When she had said these words, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks like rain. Then she bowed towards the Buddha in the distance. Even before she raised her head, the world-honored one, who was then staying on Vulture Peak, knew Vaidehi's thoughts and immediately ordered Mahamoggallana and Ananda to go to her through the air. He himself disappeared from the mountain and reappeared in the inner chamber of the royal palace. After worshipping him, Vaidehi raised her head and saw Shakyamuni Buddha, the world-honored one. He was a color of purple gold and was seated upon the lotus flower of 100 jewels. He was attended by Mahamoggallana on his left and Ananda on his right. Shakra, Brahma, the guardian gods of the world, and other devas were in the air about him. Scattering heavenly blossoms like rain, they pay homage to the Buddha. When she saw the world-honored one, Vaidehi tore off her ornaments and prostrated herself on the ground. Weeping bitterly, she said to the Buddha, "O world-honored one, what bad karma did I commit in former lives that I've given birth to such an evil son? I wonder, world-honored one, what karmic relations could have made you a relative of Devadatta? I beseech you, world-honored one, to reveal to me a land of no sorrow and no affliction, where I can be reborn. I do not wish to live in this defiled and evil world of Jambudvipa, where there are hells, realms of hungry ghosts, animals, and many vile beings. I wish that in the future I shall not hear evil words or see wicked people. World-honored one, I now kneel down to repent and beg you to take pity on me. I entreat you, O sun-like Buddha, to teach me how to visualize a land of pure karmic perfection. Then the world-honored one sent forth from between his eyebrows a flood of light that was the color of gold and illuminated the innumerable worlds in the 10 directions. Returning to the Buddha, the light settled on his head and transformed itself into a golden platform resembling Mount Sumeru. On the platform appeared the pure and resplendent lands of all the Buddhas in the 10 directions. Some of these lands were made of the 7 kinds of jewels, some solely of lotus flowers, some resembled the palace in the heaven of free enjoyment of manifestations by others, while some were like a crystal mirror in which all the lands in the 10 directions were reflected. Innumerable Buddha lands like these, glorious and beautiful, were displayed to her. Vaidehi then said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, these Buddha lands are pure and free of defilement, and all of them are resplendent. But I wish to be born in the land of utmost bliss of Amitayus. I beseech you, world-honored one, to teach me how to contemplate that land and attain samadhi. The world-honored one smiled, and from his mouth came 5 colored rays of light, each shining on King Bimbisara's head. Although the old king was confined, with his unhindered mind's eye, he saw the world-honored one in the distance. He knelt down in homage to the Buddha and effortlessly made spiritual progress until he reached the stage of non-returner. Then the world-honored one said to Vaidehi, Do you know that Amitayus is not far away? Fix your thoughts upon and contemplate that Buddha land. Then you will accomplish the pure acts. I shall describe it to you in detail with various illustrations so that all ordinary people in the future who wish to practice pure karma may also be born in that western land of utmost bliss. Whoever wishes to be born there should practice the 3 acts. First, caring for one's parents, attending to one's teachers and elders, compassionately refraining from killing, and doing the 10 good deeds. Second, taking the 3 refuges, keeping the various precepts and refraining from breaking the rules of conduct. And third, awakening aspiration for enlightenment, bodhicitta, believing deeply in the law of causality, chanting the Mahayana Sutras, and encouraging people to follow their teachings. These 3 are called pure karma. The Buddha further said to Vaidehi, Do you know that these 3 acts are the pure karma practiced by all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future as the right course of enlightenment? The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, listen carefully, and ponder deeply. I, the Tathagata, shall discourse on pure karma for the sake of all sentient beings of the future who are afflicted by the enemy, evil passions. It is very good, Vaidehi, that you have willingly asked me about this. Ananda, you must receive and keep the Buddha's words and widely proclaim them to the multitude. if one were looking at one's own reflection in a bright mirror, seeing the utmost beauty and bliss of that land. They will rejoice and immediately attain insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. The Buddha said to Vaidehi, "You are unenlightened, and so your spiritual powers are weak and obscure. Since you have not yet attained the divine eye, you cannot see that which is distant. But the Buddha Tathagatas has special ways to enable you to see afar." Vaidehi said to the Buddha, "World-honored one, through the Buddha's power, even I have now been able to see that land. But after the Buddha's passing, sentient beings will become defiled and evil and be oppressed by the 5 kinds of suffering. How then will those beings be able to see the land of utmost bliss of Amitayus?" The Buddha said to Vaidehi, "You and other sentient beings should concentrate and with one pointed attention turn your thoughts westward." How do you contemplate? All sentient beings except those born blind, that is, all those with the faculty of sight, should look at the setting sun, sit in the proper posture, facing west, clearly gaze at the sun, with mind firmly fixed on it. Concentrate your sight, and do not let it wander from the setting sun, which is like a drum suspended above the horizon. Having done so, you should then be able to visualize it clearly, whether your eyes are open or closed. This is the visualization of the sun, and is known as a first contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, "After you have accomplished the first contemplation, next practice the visualization of water. Envision the western direction as entirely flooded by water. Then picture the water as clear and pure, and let this vision be distinctly perceived. Keep your thoughts from being distracted. After you have visualized the water, envision it becoming frozen. After you have visualized the ice as transparent to its depth, see it turning into beryl. When you have attained this vision, next imagine that the beryl ground shines brilliantly inside and out, and that this ground is supported from below by columns that are made of diamond and the 7 kinds of jewels, and hung with golden banners. These columns have 8 sides and 8 corners, each side being adorned with 100 kinds of jewels. Each jewel emits 1,000 rays of light, each ray in turn having 84,000 colors. As they are reflected on the beryl ground, they look like 1,000 kotis of suns, so dazzling that it is impossible to see them in detail. On this beryl ground, golden paths intercross like a net of cords. The land is divided into areas made of one or the other of the 7 jewels, so the partitions are quite distinct. Each jewel emits a flood of light in 500 colors. The light appears in the shape of a flower or a star or the moon suspended in the sky. It turns into a platform of light on which there are 10 million pavilions made of 100 kinds of jewels. Both sides of this platform are adorned with 100 kotis of flowered banners and innumerable musical instruments. As 8 pure breezes arise from the light and play the musical instruments, they proclaim the truths of suffering, emptiness, impermanence, and no self. This is the visualization of the water, and is known as a second contemplation. When you have attained this contemplation, visualize each object quite clearly without losing the image. Whether your eyes are closed or open, except when sleeping, always keep it in mind. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, when the visualization of the water has been accomplished, it is called the general perceptions of the ground, of the land of utmost bliss. If you attain a state of samadhi, you will see this ground so clearly and distinctly that it will be impossible to describe it in detail. This is the visualization of the ground and is known as a third contemplation. The Buddha said to Ananda, keep these words of the Buddha in mind and expound this method of visualizing the ground for the benefit of the multitude of future beings who will seek liberation from suffering. If one has attained a vision of the ground of that land, the evil karma that would bind one to birth and death for 80 kotis of kalpas will be extinguished, and so one will certainly be born in the Pure Land in the next life. Do not doubt this. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, when you have accomplished visualization of the ground, next contemplate the jeweled trees. This is how to do so. Visualize each one and then form an image of 7 rows of trees, each being 8,000 yojanas high and adorned with 7 jeweled blossoms and leaves. Each blossom and leaf has the colors of various jewels. From the pearl-colored blossoms and leaves issues forth a golden light. From the crystal-colored blossoms and leaves issues forth a crimson light. From the agate-colored blossoms and leaves issues forth a sapphire light. From the sapphire-colored blossoms and leaves issues forth a green pearl light. Coral, amber, and all the other jewels serve as illuminating ornaments. Splendid nets of pearls cover the trees. Between these 7 rows of nets covering each tree, there are 500 kotis of palaces adorned with exquisite flowers, like the palace of the Brahma king, where celestial children naturally dwell. Each of these children wears ornaments made of 500 kotis of chakra, abhilagna, money gems, which light up 100 yojanas in all directions, like 100 kotis of suns and moons shining together, and so it is impossible to describe them in detail. Manifold jewels intermingle, producing the most beautiful colors. Rows of these jeweled trees are evenly arranged, and their leaves are equally spaced. From among the leaves appear wonderful blossoms, which spontaneously bear fruits of the 7 kinds of jewels. Each leaf is 25 yojanas in both length and breadth. Like the celestial ornaments, the leaves are of 1,000 colors and 100 patterns. These trees have marvelous blossoms, which are the color of gold, from the Jambu river, and spin like fire wheels among the leaves. From these blossoms appear various fruits, as from Chakra's vase, and from the fruits issue forth great floods of light, which transform themselves into banners and innumerable jeweled canopies. Inside the jeweled canopies can be seen reflections of all the activities of the Buddha throughout the universe of 1,000 million worlds. The Buddha lands in the 10 directions are also reflected in them. After you have seen these trees, visualize each detail in order: the trunks, branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits, and let your vision of all of them be clear and distinct. This is the visualization of the trees, and is known as a 4th contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, when you have accomplished visualization of the trees, next contemplate the ponds. This is how to do so. In the land of utmost bliss, there are ponds of water possessing the 8 excellent qualities, each made of the 7 kinds of jewels that are soft and pliable. The water springing from a wish-fulfilling king money gem forms 14 streams. Each stream is the color of the 7 kinds of jewels. Its banks are made of gold, and its bed is strewn with diamond sand of many colors. In each stream, there are 60 kotis of lotus flowers of the 7 kinds of jewels, which are round and symmetrical, measuring 12 yojanas in diameter. The water from the money gem flows among the flowers and meanders between the trees. As it ripples, it produces exquisite sounds, which proclaim the truths of suffering, emptiness, impermanence, and no self, and of the paramitas. Its sound also praises the physical characteristics and marks of the Buddhas. The wish-fulfilling King Money Gem emits a splendid golden light, which transforms itself into birds with the colors of 100 jewels. Their songs are melodious and elegant, constantly praising the virtue of mindfulness of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. This is the visualization of the water, possessing the 8 excellent qualities, and is known as the 5th contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, in each region of this jeweled land, there are 500 kotis of jeweled pavilions in which innumerable devas play heavenly music. There are also musical instruments suspended in the sky, which, like those on the heavenly jeweled banners, spontaneously produce tones even without a player. Each tone proclaims the virtue of mindfulness of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. When this contemplation has been accomplished, it is known as a general perception of the jeweled trees, jeweled ground, and jeweled ponds of the land of utmost bliss. This is a composite visualization and is called the 6th contemplation. Those who have perceived these objects will be rid of extremely heavy evil karma, which they have committed during innumerable kalpas, and will certainly, after death, be born in that land. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, listen carefully, and ponder deeply. I will expound for you the method of removing suffering. Bear my words in mind and explain them to the multitude of beings. When these words were spoken, Amitayus appeared in the air above, attended on his left and right by the 2 Mahasattvas, Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta. So brilliant was their radiance that it was impossible to see them in detail. They could not be compared even with 100,000 nuggets of gold from the Jambu River. After she had this vision of Amitayus, Vaidehi knelt down in worship at Sakyamuni's feet and said to him, World-honored one, through your power, I've been able to see Amitayus and the 2 Bodhisattvas, but how can sentient beings of the future see them? The Buddha said to Vaidehi, those who wish to see that Buddha should form an image of a lotus flower on the 7 jeweled ground. They visualize each petal of this flower as having the color of 100 kinds of jewels and 84,000 veins, like a celestial painting, with 84,000 rays of light issuing forth from each vein. They should visualize all of these clearly and distinctly. Its smaller petals are 250 yojanas in both length and breadth. This lotus flower has 84,000 large petals. Between the petals there are 100 kotis of king money gems as illuminating adornments. Each money gem emits 1,000 rays of light which, like canopies made of the 7 kinds of jewels, cover the entire earth. The dais is made of chakra abhilagna money gems and is decorated with 80,000 diamonds, kimsuka gems, Brahma money gems, and also with exquisite pearl nets. On the dais, 4 columns with jeweled banners spontaneously arise, each appearing to be as large as 1,000 million kotis of Mount Sumerus. On the columns rests a jeweled canopy, similar to that in the palace of the Yama heaven. It is also adorned with 500 kotis of excellent gems, each emitting 84,000 rays, shining in 84,000 different tints of golden color. Each golden light suffuses this jeweled land and transforms itself everywhere into various forms such as diamond platforms, nets of pearls, and nebulous clusters of flowers. In all the 10 directions, it transforms itself into anything according to one's wishes and performs the activities of the Buddha. This is the visualization of the lotus throne and is known as the 7th contemplation. The Buddha further said to Ananda, "This majestic lotus flower was originally produced by the power of Bhikshu Dharmakara's original vow. Those who wish to see the Buddha, Amitayus, should first practice this contemplation of the flower throne. In doing so, do not contemplate in a disorderly way. Visualize the objects one by one, each petal, each gem, each ray of light, each dais, and each column. See all of these as clearly and distinctly as if you were looking at your own image in a mirror. When this contemplation is accomplished, the evil karma that would bind you to birth and death for 500 kotis of kalpas will be extinguished, and you will certainly be born in the land of utmost bliss. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect." The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, "After you have seen this, next visualize the Buddha." Why the Buddha? Because Buddha Tathagatas have cosmic bodies and so enter into the meditating mind of each sentient being. For this reason, when you contemplate a Buddha, your mind itself takes the form of his 32 physical characteristics and 80 secondary marks. Your mind produces the Buddha's image and is itself the Buddha. The ocean of perfectly and universally enlightened Buddhas thus arises in the meditating mind. For this reason, you should single-mindedly concentrate and deeply contemplate the Buddha Tathagata, Arhat, and perfectly enlightened one. When you visualize the Buddha, you should first form his image. Whether your eyes are open or closed, perceive a jewel image of him who is the color of gold from the Jambu River, sitting on that flower throne. When you have thus perceived a seated image of the Buddha, your mind's eye will open, and you will clearly and distinctly see the 7 jeweled glorious objects of the land of utmost bliss, including the 7 jeweled ground, the jeweled ponds, the rows of jeweled trees covered with heavenly jeweled curtains, and jeweled nets spreading over the sky. Perceive these as clearly and distinctly as if you were seeing an object in the palm of your hand. After you've seen this image, visualize on the Buddha's left a large lotus flower, which is exactly the same as the one described above, and then another large one on his right. Visualize an image of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara sitting of the Buddha image and is known as the eighth contemplation. If you have attained this, the evil karma that would bind you to birth and death for innumerable kotis of kalpas will be extinguished, and while in this life you will attain the Buddha recollection samadhi. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, after you have succeeded in seeing these images, next envision the physical characteristics and the light of Amitayus. Ananda, you should realize that his body is as glorious as 1,000 million kotis of nuggets of gold from the Jambu River of the Yama heaven, and that his height is 600,000 kotis of nayutas of yojanas, multiplied by the number of the sands of the Ganges River. The white tuft of hair, curling to the right between his eyebrows, is 5 times as big as Mount Sumeru. His eyes are clear and as broad as the 4 great oceans. Their blue irises and whites are distinct. From all the pores of his body issues forth a flood of light as magnificent as Mount Sumeru. His aureole is as broad as 100 kotis of universes, each containing 1,000 million worlds. In this aureole reside transformed Buddhas numbering as many as 1,000,000 kotis of nayutas, multiplied by the number of the sands of the Ganges River. Each Buddha is attended by innumerable and countless transformed bodhisattvas. Buddha Amitayus possesses 84,000 physical characteristics, each having 84,000 secondary marks of excellence. Each secondary mark emits 84,000 rays of light. Each ray of light shines universally upon the lens of the 10 directions, embracing and not forsaking those who are mindful of the Buddha. It is impossible to describe in detail these rays of light, physical characteristics and marks, transformed Buddhas, and so forth, but you can see them clearly with your mind's eye through contemplation. Those who have envisioned them see all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Because they see the Buddhas, this is called the Buddha recollection samadhi. To attain this contemplation is to perceive the bodies of all the Buddhas. By perceiving this, one also realizes the Buddha's mind. The Buddha's mind is great compassion. It embraces sentient beings with unconditional benevolence. Those who have practiced this contemplation will, after death, be born in the presence of the Buddhas and realize insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. For this reason, the wise should concentrate their thoughts and visualize Amitayus. In contemplating him, begin with one of his physical characteristics. Visualize first the white tuft of hair between his eyebrows until you see it quite clearly and distinctly. When you visualize it, all the 84,000 physical characteristics will spontaneously become manifest. When you see Amitayus, you will also see innumerable Buddhas of the 10 directions. Having visualized these innumerable Buddhas, you will receive from each the prediction of your future Buddhahood. This is a general perception of all the physical characteristics of the Buddha and is known as the ninth contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, "After you've seen Amitayus clearly and distinctly, next visualize Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. His height is 80 kotis of nayutas of yojanas, multiplied by the number of the sands of the Ganges river. His body is a color of purple gold, and on the top of his head is a mound surrounded by an aureole with a radius of 100,000 yojanas, in which there are 500 transformed Buddhas. Each transformed Buddha resembles Shakyamuni and is attended by 500 transformed Bodhisattvas and innumerable Devas. In the light emanating from his entire body are seen the sentient beings of the 5 realms of samsara in all their distinct physical forms. On his head, he wears a heavenly crown made of chakra abhilakna mani gems, on which stands a transformed Buddha, Amitayus, measuring 25 yojanas in height. The face of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara is the color of gold from the Jambu river, while the tuft of hair between his eyebrows has the colors of the 7 kinds of jewels, and from it issue forth 84,000 different rays of light. In each of these rays dwell innumerable and countless hundreds of thousands of transformed Buddhas, each attended by countless transformed Bodhisattvas, all of whom manifest in various forms at will, filling completely the worlds of the 10 directions. Avalokiteshvara's arms are the color of red lotus flowers. They emit 80 kotis of exquisite rays of light in the shape of ornaments, in which are reflected all the glorious objects of that land. The palms of his hands are the color of 500 kotis of various lotus flowers. Each of his 10 fingertips bears 84,000 signs, like impressed patterns, each with 84,000 colors. Each color, in turn, emits 84,000 delicate rays of light, illuminating all beings. With his jeweled hands, he welcomes and guides sentient beings. When he lifts one of his feet, the mark of 1,000 spoke wheel on its sole spontaneously changes into a pedestal, which emits 500 kotis of light rays. When he puts his foot down, flowers made of diamond and money gems scatter, covering everywhere. All the other physical characteristics and marks that he fully possesses are the same as the Buddha's, except for the mound on his head and the uppermost invisible part, which are not equal to those of the world-honored one. This is the visualization of the true physical features of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara and is known as the 10th contemplation. Then the Buddha said to Ananda, those who wish to see Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara should follow the method of contemplation just mentioned. Those who practice this contemplation will not encounter any misfortune, but will be freed from karmic hindrances and rid of the evil karma that would bind them to birth and death for innumerable kalpas. If you only hear the name of this Bodhisattva, you will obtain immeasurable merit. And so, how much more merit will you acquire if you clearly visualize him? Those who wish to see Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara should first envision the mount on his head and next his heavenly crown. Then they should visualize the other physical characteristics in order as clearly as they were looking at something in the palm of their hand. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, next visualize Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta. The dimensions of this Bodhisattva are the same as those of Avalokiteshvara. His aureole, 225 yojanas in diameter, shines to a distance of 250 yojanas. The light emanating from his entire body illuminates the worlds of the 10 directions, making them shine like purple gold. This light can be seen by anyone who has a close karmic relationship with him. Even if one sees the light emanating from only one pore of his skin, one can perceive the pure and glorious lights of the innumerable Buddhas of the 10 directions. That is why this Bodhisattva is called boundless light. Furthermore, he has great power to illumine all beings with the light of wisdom in order to deliver them from the 3 evil realms. It is for this reason that he is also called possessed of great power. The heavenly crown of this Bodhisattva is adorned with 500 jeweled lotus flowers, each having 500 jeweled pedestals. On each pedestal appear the pure and resplendent lands of the Buddhas in the 10 directions with all their boundless and glorious features. The mount on his head, shaped like a lotus bud, has a jeweled vase in front. This is suffused with various lights which reveal all the activities of the Buddha. The rest of the characteristics of his body are exactly the same as Avalokiteshvara's. When this Bodhisattva walks, all the worlds in the 10 directions quake. Wherever the earth trembles, 500 kotis of jeweled flowers appear, each as beautiful and brilliant as a flower in the land of utmost bliss. When this Bodhisattva sits down, all the 7 jeweled lands from the land of the Buddha golden light in the nadir to that of the Buddha king of light in the zenith trembled simultaneously. From between these manifested bodies of Amitayus, Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta, as innumerable as particles of dust, all assemble like clouds in the land of utmost bliss, filling the entire sky. Sitting on lotus seats, they expound the wonderful dharma to save suffering beings. To visualize thus is known as the contemplation of Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta, and is also called the contemplation of Mahastamaprapta physical characteristics. To visualize that Bodhisattva in this way is known as the 11th contemplation. It extinguishes the evil karma that would bind one to birth and death for immeasurable and countless kalpas. Those who practice this contemplation will no longer be subject to birth from the womb. They can journey to the pure and exquisite lands of the Buddhas. These contemplations are known as the complete contemplations of Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, after you've contemplated thus, next visualize yourself as born in the western land of utmost bliss, sitting cross-legged upon a lotus flower. Visualize this lotus flower as closed. As it opens, 500 rays of colored light illuminate your body. Then your eyes open, and you see Buddhas and Bodhisattvas filling the sky, and hear the sounds of the water, birds and trees, and the voices of the Buddhas, all expounding the wonderful dharma in accord with the 12 divisions of the scriptures. When you rise from meditation, keep those things in mind, and do not forget them. Seeing them thus is known as the visualization of the land of utmost bliss of the Buddha, Amitayus. This is the comprehensive visualization and is known as the 12th contemplation. Innumerable transformed bodies of Amitayus, together with those of Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta, will always accompany those who contemplate thus. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, if you sincerely desire to be born in the Western land, you should first picture a figure 16 feet tall on the surface of a pond. The dimensions of Amitayus, as previously described, are boundless and beyond the mental scope of ordinary beings. But by the power of the original vows of that Tathagata, those who contemplate him will certainly succeed. You can acquire immeasurable merit simply by visualizing an image of that Buddha. And so how much more merit will you acquire by visualizing his complete physical characteristics? Amitayus, exercising supernatural powers at will, can freely manifest his various forms in the real of each manifested form are like those described above. Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara and Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta have a similar appearance. Wherever they are, sentient beings can only tell one from the other by looking at the emblems on their heads. These two bodhisattvas assist Amitayus in saving all beings everywhere. This is the miscellaneous visualization and is known as the 13th contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, those born in the Western land are of 9 grades. Those who attain birth on the highest level of the highest grade are sentient beings who resolve to be born in that land, awaken the 3 kinds of faith, and so are born there. What are the 3 kinds of faith? They are, first, sincere faith, second, deep faith, and third, the faith that seeks birth there by transferring one's merit. Those who have these 3 kinds of faith will certainly be born there. There are 3 other kinds of sentient beings who also attain birth. Who are the 3 other kinds of sentient beings? They are, first, those who have a compassionate heart, abstain from killing, and observe the precepts. Second, those who chant the Mahayana Sutras of greater scope. And third, those who practice the 6 forms of mindfulness. They aspire to be born in that Buddha land by transferring there the merit of practice. With the merit acquired from doing these acts for 1 to 7 days, they attain birth. When an aspirant is about to be born in that land, through dedicated and undaunted practices, the Tathagata Amitayus arrives together with Avalokiteshvara, Mahastamaprapta, innumerable transformed Buddhas, a great assembly of 100,000 monks and Shravakas, innumerable devas in 7 jeweled palaces. Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, carrying a Vajra seat, together with Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta, approaches the aspirant. Amitayus releases a great flood of light that illuminates the aspirant's body, and along with the Bodhisattvas extends his hands in welcome. Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta, together with innumerable Bodhisattvas, praise and encourage the aspirant. Seeing this, the aspirant rejoices so greatly as to dance. Then he sees himself sitting on the Vajra seat and following the Buddha, is born into that land in the time it takes to snap one's fingers. After being born in that land, he sees the Buddha's body complete with all its physical characteristics, and also the bodies of Bodhisattvas equally complete with all their physical characteristics. Hearing the discourse on the wonderful dharma sent forth by the light and the jeweled trees, he then reaches the insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. In a single moment, he visits and worships all the Buddhas of the 10 directions and receives from each of them the prediction of his future Buddhahood. Returning to the Pure Land, he is endowed with innumerable hundreds of thousands of dharanis. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the highest level of the highest grade. Those who attain birth on the middle level of the highest grade do not necessarily uphold and chant the sutras of greater scope, but they comprehend the teachings of the Buddha so well that when they hear the supreme truths, they are not dismayed. They have deep faith in the law of karmic cause and effect and do not slight the Mahayana. They transfer the merit acquired to the land of utmost bliss, aspiring to be born there. When such an aspirant is about to die, Amitayus appears before him, surrounded by Avalokiteshvara, Mahastamaprapta, and innumerable sages and attendants, carrying a purple gold lotus seed. The Buddha praises him, saying, "Son of the Dharma, because you have practiced the Mahayana and appreciate the supreme truths, I have come to welcome you." So saying, he and 1,000 transformed Buddhas extend their hands all at once toward the aspirant, who, seeing himself sitting on the purple gold seat, joins his palms and praises the Buddhas. In an instant, he is born in the 7-jeweled pond of that land. The purple gold seed has become like a great jeweled flower which opens after one night. The body of the aspirant has become the color of purple gold, and beneath his feet are 7 jeweled lotus flowers. The Buddha and Bodhisattvas together release a flood of light that illuminates the aspirant's body. His eyes open, and because of the store of merit from his previous life, he hears voices everywhere expounding only the most profound and supreme truths. Descending from his golden seat, he bows with joined palms and praises the Buddha, the world-honored one. After 7 days, he immediately reaches the stage of non-retrogression for realizing highest perfect enlightenment. He is also able to fly in the 10 directions as he wishes, and to reveal all the Buddhas and learn various samadhis from them. After the lapse of a smaller kalpa, he attains the insight into the non-arising of all dharmas, and receives from each Buddha the prediction of his future Buddhahood. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the middle level of the highest grade. Those who attain birth on the lowest level of the highest grade likewise accept the law of karmic cause and effect, do not speak slightingly of the Mahayana, and awaken aspiration for highest enlightenment. They transfer the merit acquired to the land of utmost bliss, aspiring to be born there. When such an aspirant is about to die, Amitayus, together with Avalokiteshvara, Mahastamaprapta, and a host of attendants come to welcome him, bringing a golden lotus flower and manifesting 500 transformed Buddhas. Those transformed Buddhas extend their hands all at once and praise the aspirant, saying, "Son of the Dharma, since you have awakened pure aspiration for highest enlightenment, we have come to welcome you." When he has viewed all this, the aspirant finds himself seated upon a golden lotus flower, which then closes. Following the whirl on it one, he immediately attains birth on the 7-jeweled pond. After a day and night, the lotus flower opens, and within 7 days the aspirant beholds the Buddha. Although he sees the Buddha's body, he is still unable to discern his physical characteristics and marks clearly. But after 3 weeks, he sees them distinctly, and also hears all the sounds and voices proclaiming the wonderful Dharma. Then he can travel in all the 10 directions to make offerings to the Buddhas and hear their profound teachings. After 3 smaller kalpas, he acquires clear understanding of the 100 dharmas and dwells in the stage of joy. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the lowest level of the highest grade. These 3 together are known as the contemplation of the highest grade of aspirants and the 14th contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, "Those who attain birth on the highest level of the middle grade are the sentient beings who keep the 5 precepts, observe the 8 abstinences, practice in compliance with various precepts, and abstain from committing the 5 grave offenses and other transgressions. They transfer the merit acquired to the western land of utmost bliss, aspiring to be born there." When such a person is about to die, Amitayus appears before him, surrounded by a host of monks, and radiating a golden light. He then expounds the truth of suffering, emptiness, impermanence, and no self, and praises renunciation of the world as the way to escape from suffering. Seeing this, the aspirant greatly rejoices and finds himself seated upon a lotus flower. He kneels down, joins his palms, and worships the Buddha. Before he raises his head, he attains transcendent knowledge and the 6 supernatural powers, and realizes the 8 samadhis of liberation. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the highest level of the middle grade. Those who attain birth on the middle level of the middle grade are the sentient beings who observe For at least a day and a night, the 8 abstinences, the precepts for a novice, or the complete precepts of a monk or a nun, and do not violate any of the rules of conduct, they transfer the merit acquired to the land of utmost bliss, aspiring to be born there. When such an aspirant, perfumed by the virtue of observing the precepts, is about to die, he sees Amitayus coming toward him, with his attendants, radiating a golden light and carrying a 7-jeweled lotus flower. He hears a voice in the sky above praising him, saying, "Man of good deeds, since you are virtuous and have followed the teachings of the Buddhas of the 3 periods, I've come to welcome you." The aspirant finds himself seated upon the lotus flower. The flower having closed, the aspirant is born on the jeweled pond of the western land of utmost bliss. After 7 days, the lotus bud unfolds, and he then opens his eyes. With joined palms, he pays homage to the world-honored one, rejoices at hearing the dharma, and reaches the stage of stream winner, Shrotapanna. After half a kalpa, he becomes an arhat. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the middle level of the middle grade. Those who attain birth on the lowest level of the middle grade are good men and women who are dutiful to and care for their parents and do benevolent deeds for others. When such a person is about to die, he may meet a good teacher who fully explains to him the bliss of the land of Amitayus and the 48 great vows of Bhikshu Dharmakara. Having heard this, he dies, and in as short a time as it takes to a strong man to bend and straighten his arm, he attains birth in the western land of utmost bliss. 7 days after his birthday, he meets Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta, rejoices at hearing the dharma from them, and so reaches the stage of stream winner. After 1 smaller kalpa, he becomes an arhat. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the lowest level of the middle grade. These 3 together are known as the contemplation of the middle grade of aspirants and the 15th contemplation. To practice in this way is called the correct contemplation, and to practice otherwise is incorrect. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, those who attain birth on the highest level of the lowest grade are the sentient beings who commit various evil acts but do not slander the Mahayana Sutras of greater scope. When a foolish person such as this, who has committed much evil but feels no remorse, is about to die, he may meet a good teacher who praises the titles of the 12 divisions of the Mahayana scriptures. By hearing these sutra titles, he is released from the burden of evil karma that would bind him to birth and death for 1,000 kalpas. Furthermore, this wise teacher advises him to join his palms and call homage to Amitayus Buddha, Namo Amitofo. Calling the name of the Buddha extinguishes the evil karma that would bind the dying person to birth and death for 50 kotis of kalpas. The Buddha then sends his transformed body and those of Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta to the aspirant. They praise him, saying, "Well done, man of good deeds. By calling the name of the Buddha, your evil karma has been extinguished, and so we have come to welcome you." When these words are uttered, the aspirant sees a flood of light from that transformed Buddha fill his room. Having seen this, he rejoices and dies. Seated on the jeweled lotus flower, he follows the transformed Buddha and is born on a jeweled pond. In 7 weeks, the lotus bud opens and the Bodhisattva of great compassion, Avalokiteshvara, and Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta appear before him, releasing great floods of light, and explain to him the extremely profound teachings of the 12 divisions of the scriptures. Having heard this, the aspirant accepts them in faith and awakens aspiration for highest enlightenment. After 10 smaller kalpas, he acquires clear understanding of the 100 dharmas and enters the first stage of a bodhisattva. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the highest level of the lowest grade. Thus he is born by hearing the name of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, that is the 3 treasures. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, those who attain birth on the middle level of the lowest grade are the sentient beings who violate the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts, or the complete precepts of a monk or a nun. A foolish person such as these steals from the Sangha, or takes the personal belongings of monks, or preaches the Dharma with impure motives, but feels no remorse. Thus he defiles himself by evil karma, and because of this he is liable to fall into hell. When he is about to die, and the flames of hell suddenly close in on him, he may meet a good teacher who compassionately explains to him the 10 supernal powers of Amitayus, fully describing the majestic power of the light of that Buddha and his virtues in the observance of the precepts, meditation, wisdom, liberation, and knowledge of liberation. When he has heard this, the evil karma that would bind him to birth and death for 80 kotis of kalpas are extinguished. Thus, the fierce flames of hell turn into cool and refreshing breezes, wafting heavenly flowers. On each flower is a transformed Buddha, accompanied by bodhisattvas welcoming him. In an instant, he attains birth within the lotus bud on the 7th jewel horn. After 6 kalpas, the lotus bud opens, and then Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta comfort him with their noble voices and teach him profound Mahayana sutras. Upon hearing these, he immediately awakens aspiration for highest enlightenment. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the middle level of the lowest grade. The Buddha said to Ananda and Vaidehi, those who attain birth on the lowest level of the lowest grade are the sentient beings who commit such evils as the 5 grave offenses, the 10 evil acts, and all kinds of immorality. Owing to such evil karma, a fool like this will fall into evil realms and suffer endless agony for many kalpas. When he is about to die, he may meet a good teacher who consoles him in various ways, teaching him the wonderful Dharma and urging him to be mindful of the Buddha. But he is too tormented by pain to do so. The good teacher then advises him, if you cannot concentrate on the Buddha, then you should say instead, homage to Amitayus Buddha. In this way, he sincerely and continuously says homage to Amitayus Buddha, Namo Amitofo, 10 times. Because he calls the Buddha's name, with each repetition, the evil karma that will bind him to birth and death for 80 kotis of kalpas is extinguished. When he comes to die, he sees before him a golden lotus flower like the disk of the sun, and in an instant he is born within the lotus bud in the land of utmost bliss. After 12 great kalpas, the lotus bud opens. When the flower opens, Avalokiteshvara and Mahastamaprapta Teach him with voices of great compassion the method of extinguishing evil karma through the realization of the suchness of all dharmas. Hearing this, he rejoices and immediately awakens aspiration for enlightenment. Such a person is called one who attains birth on the lowest level of the lowest grade. These three together are known as the contemplation of the lowest grade of aspirants and the 16th contemplation. As the Buddha delivered these words, Vaidehi and her 500 female attendants listened to his teaching. Having envisioned the boundless features of the land of utmost bliss, of the Buddha Amitayus, and of the two Bodhisattvas, Vaidehi rejoiced in her heart. Wonderstruck at this revelation, she attained great awakening with clarity of mind and insight into the non-arising of all dharmas. Her 500 female attendants awakened aspiration for highest, perfect enlightenment and desired to be born in that land. The World-Honored One gave them all assurances that they would be born there and that they would then gain the samadhi of being in the presence of all the Buddhas. Innumerable devas also awakened aspiration for highest enlightenment. Then Ananda rose from his seat, stepped forward and said to the Buddha, World-Honored One, what should we call this sutra, and how should we receive and retain the essentials of his teaching? The Buddha answered, Ananda, this sutra is called the visualization of the land of utmost bliss, of the Buddha Amitayus, and of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara and Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta. It is also called the purification and elimination of karmic hindrances for attaining birth in the presence of all the Buddhas. Hold fast to this sutra and do not forget it. Those who practice this samadhi will be able to see during their lifetime the Buddha Amitayus and the two Mahasattvas. If good men or women simply hear the name of this Buddha or the names of those two Bodhisattvas, the evil karma that would bind them to birth and death for innumerable kalpas will be extinguished. And so, how much more merit will they acquire if they concentrate on them? You should know that all who are mindful of that Buddha are like white lotus flowers among humankind. Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara and Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta become their good friends. They will sit in the seat of enlightenment and be born into the family of the Buddhas. The Buddha further said to Ananda, bear these words well in mind. To bear these words in mind means to hold fast to the name of Buddha Amitayus. When the Buddha had spoken thus, Venerable Mahamoggallana, Venerable Ananda, Vaidehi, and all the others greatly rejoiced to hear the Buddha's discourse. Then the World-Honored One returned to Vulture Peak through the air. There Ananda fully explained to the assembly what had happened. Innumerable humans, devas, nagas, yakshas, and all other beings greatly rejoiced to hear the Buddha's teaching. Having worshipped the World-Honored One, they departed.
Welcome to menopause. Slower metabolism is part of the change. This simply isn't true. I have women who go through menopause that
Amitabha, 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 Amitabha. Buddha. Namo Amitabha 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 Buddha. Amitabha, 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 Amitabha. 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。 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 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。
Nam mô A Di Đà Phật.
Amitabha, 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 Amitabha.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I'm on my way. The sun is setting on an opportunity you're gonna miss out. I don't know if you've heard, but once a year,
Namo Amito Namo Amito Namo 阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀佛南无阿弥陀佛南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥陀南无阿弥 Namo Amito 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 Namo Namo Amito 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 Namo Namo Amito 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 Namo Namo Amito Namo Amito Namo Amito Namo Amito Namo Amito Namo
vicarante, Amerita vicaranta, Gamini Gagana.
Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo, 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 Nam Amitofo, 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 Amitofo,
Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Amitofo, Tofo, Amitofo, 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 Amitabha, 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 Amitabha. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha.
expressions of freedom. Few, however, understood and realized that morality, if lived the right way, actually expands one's freedom. What is this freedom? Freedom from the darkness of the mind, the sloth of the mind, or the remorseful mind because of bad deeds done in the past. One values oneself and others more because of self-respect and respect for others. By living a moral life, one will discover a powerful change taking place within, which is freedom or liberty that comes within the mind. The mental liberty or freedom is profound and powerful than that which is pursued externally. The precepts laid down by the Buddha are therefore not limitations placed on us, but a means to expand on our mental capacities to endure a more profound freedom or liberty.
Right thoughts, right speech, right action, right living, morality high, right effort and right mindfulness to keep an unwavering mind, right view and right understanding. May wisdom gradually grow, subdue unwholesome actions until last moment shows.
Homage to Amitabhaya, O wondrous Sukhavati. With faith and vow we seek rebirth in your pure land of ultimate bliss. Bless us with strength and courage to refrain from unwholesome ways, mindful in keeping 5 precepts while we earnestly recite your name.
Panatipata Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Adinadana Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Kamisuvichachara Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Musavada Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Surameraya Majapa Madatana Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Samadhiyami
Reading Bodhisattva, all beings are precious gems. See them with an open heart until we reach the dharma.
Panatipata Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Adinadana Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Kamisuvichachara Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Musavada Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Surameraya Majapa Madatana Veramani Sikhapadam Samadhiyami Samadhiyami.
Such beings are boundless, I vow to deliver them. Fictions inexhaustible, I vow to sever them all. Dharma doors immeasurable, I vow to learn them all. Buddha path unsurpassable, I vow to accomplish it. Such beings are boundless, I vow to deliver them. Fictions inexhaustible, inexhaustible, I vow to sever them all. Dharma doors immeasurable, I vow to learn them all. With the powers of the possible, I vow to accomplish it.
阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛， 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀。